this 6th edition of the Namibia International Energy Conference is a platform really for us to take stock of developments in the domestic, in the global and the regional energy landscape.
This year's conference is more than an event. It's a stepping stone towards a prosperous, energy-sufficient Namibia, powered by the collective efforts of our sponsors, speakers, partners, and delegates. It has always been my dream for this conference to be the catalyst to unlocking meaningful conversations, collaborations, and partnerships that lead to prosperity for all.
I understand that we're going to have about 800 people joining the conference this week. And that is clearly a testament not only to the great work that Salma and Rich Africa have done, also to their reputation and their ability to bring together energy leaders, industry professionals, and those in the room that can fundamentally change how Namibia is approaching the energy going forward.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute delight to welcome you all here to the Namibia International Energy Conference for 2024. As many of you are gathered here in the room from all across the world, we really are excited, honored, and privileged to have you present here today as we really look to untap into consequential conversations that really help us find opportunities and tangible solutions that we can unlock ongoing opportunities in Namibia's economy and the benefit of her peers. To our government ministers, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, it's a real privilege to have you present with us here this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Gugulethu Mfupi. My co-host is a seasoned financial journalist, and she's known to many, especially for her expert conversations that she strategically leads on both radio and television. Most recently, she hosts Kaya Biz, a multi-award-winning show on radio and on television with CNBC Africa. Gugu, Namibia is intensely proud to have you here today, and I'm excited to lead today's proceedings alongside you on this great stage. Please give her a round of applause.
Ndaphandula unene.
Hey!
I believe that's the correct phrase, but I will brush up on my local language and understanding of it before I do leave by the end of the week. And if for many of you who are familiar with the stunning face next to me, Afra Shiming Chase, a familiar face to many Namibians who serves as a certified financial planner, passionate about ensuring that financial literacy remains a priority for many Namibians in the country. The managing director of Chase & Associates, and also known as a multi-passionate entrepreneur. From what I understand, that means you have your hands in many fields. A warm welcome to Afra as well.
What is that saying? Master of trades? Yeah? You master a few trades, a very few, something like that? Master
Jack
of none,
of all trades.
Mistress of quite a few. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our honor to call upon the UNAM Choir, the University of Namibia Choir, to join us on stage. On the 4th, can you all hear me?
Loud and
Yes?
clear.
On the 4th of February 2024, we experienced the loss of our third president, His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, a giant of a man, a statesman who spent his lifetime in service of Namibia and particularly in service of this sector. the outpouring of love and shared grief from all over the world still has our hearts warmed. Please rise and join us in a moment of silence in remembrance of him. Thank you very much. Please remain standing for the National and African Union anthems led by the UNAM Choir. You may be seated. Thank you, UNAM Choir. Let's give them another round of applause. And a round of applause to their very able conductor, Mr. Bonnie Pereko. As we get into today, just a few house rules initially. Thank you for placing your various devices on silent. I'm hoping mine is, but I'm a little bit challenged with all the various settings as far as technology is concerned with my advanced age. So let's hope I manage this. Please feel free to share widely online, on X, on Instagram, everywhere you can. Remember that our hashtags are basically relative to Namibia International Energy Conference. The website is also nieconference.com.
We also want you to make use of the active tools that we have available. As the choir was performing, it was formidable to see many of you taking out your cell phones, as you do have them now. Please do make sure that you do log on to the app, which you would have been able to download upon registration. Through the app, you'll be able to access the full updated agenda that we have for today, all speaker bios and profiles, including an opportunity for many of you who are here in the room to actively interact and engage with each other. You can set up platforms for meetings, you can share images and events from today, and and of course, look to connect with some of your peers who will be present in the room.
And those images will be updated live as we go along. And how do you connect? Please use the Wi-Fi, which is Halliburton Connects NIEC 2024. It is open, no no password required. The restrooms are outside this venue and all over this property. Good luck.
Very easy to find, but I must also alert you that we aren't expecting any fire drills today, so should you hear any kind of warnings or concerns around an emergency, please do take them very seriously and ensure that you follow through with the emergency exits that are present here in the room.
Thank you, Gugu. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we kick off a dynamic program of speakers. We start with the official opening ceremony featuring remarks by strategic partners and sapphire sponsors of this great gathering, followed by the opening address from the Secretary General of OPEC, the keynote address by our Honorable Minister and patron of the Namibia International Energy Conference, Honorable Tom Alwendo, our Minister of Mines and Energy, followed by some high-level panel discussions, fireside chats, presentations from local and international industry experts, with the intent to paste a rich tapestry of the most poignant issues of the energy sector today.
I think it's important that you underscore this and make mention of it, right? Because we all are present here to understand the theme that we have for this conference over the next few days. Reimagine a resource-rich Namibia, turning possibility into prosperity. And for many of you who have attended previous conferences, you'd be well aware of the transformation that's taken place within Namibia's economy, shown a great amount of resilience, how we've also responded to making sure that as we tap into the opportunities in energy, we ensure that we prioritize industrialization in this region and this country, but also prioritizing the ongoing concerns around sustainability. And for many of you who are present here today, you'll have an opportunity to fast-track those conversations, implement those solutions, and most importantly, continue to engage on supportive ideas that we can share.
This theme is very aptly chosen as it captures a pivotal moment in our history. With the recent advancements in the energy sector, it underscores our collective ambition to harness Namibia's abundant natural resources for tangible, inclusive growth. And we need to move beyond our potential towards sustainable prosperity. This not only for our country, but indeed for the entire African continent. And as we move forward, we need to remember, as our host cautioned us, we must remain vigilant against the perils that often accompany abundance. Mismanagement, over-reliance, these remain risks, and it is our responsible stewardship, transparent governance, the integrity of our institutions, built on the inspiration from those who have charted this path before us successfully and are paramount to Namibia achieving her vision.
Speaking of Namibia's vision, I think we can all relate to one particular Namibian who has worn her passion for the energy sector on her sleeve. Primarily someone who's connected all of us here in the room by building a vision and remaining committed to it, by not only intricately understanding the lay of the landscape when it comes to regulation, tapping into opportunities, leading negotiations and transactions that have taken place, and most importantly, doing so with a heightened level of patience, heightened level of integrity and ethics, and of course, prioritizing the development of the people of Namibia. We're all very familiar with this face that's about to come on stage and welcome us. And I believe, in true African style, we need to provide her with a very warm welcome. And as we know, Afra, as true Africans, not only do we applaud when someone comes on stage, but at times there's a sense of ululating. Yes. At times there's a sense of a celebratory mood. And given that this is an energy conference, I certainly think that we need to set the bar quite high in maintaining the energy, setting the tone and the theme, and of course showing acknowledgement and support for one woman who has ensured that all of us here in the room can be great partners in achieving the energy goals of Namibia and the continent overall. Please warmly, and when I say warmly, bear in mind it's about 30 degrees outside, so we're trying to compete with the temperature. Warmly welcome the CEO of Rich Africa Consulting, Miss Salma Shimutikweni.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed officials, following protocol, including Honorable Tom Alwendo, Minister of Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, and our esteemed international guests, Dr. Ben Youssef, the Head of Energy Studies at OPEC, Distinguished Minister Gabriel Banga Obiang Lima from Equatorial Guinea, members of the Diplomatic Corps, leadership of the investment community. Your presence here underscores the importance of our collective efforts in shaping the future of energy in Namibia and beyond. I extend my gratitude to our strategic partner, the African Energy Chamber, led by NJ Ayuk, the Executive Chairman of the Chamber, and our Sapphire sponsors, Chevron, RMB, and Shell, and all other sponsors and members of the media. Your unwavering support is instrumental in realizing our shared vision of sustainable energy development. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm and heartfelt welcome. Today marks a pivotal moment in our journey towards reimagining Namibia's future, where we aim to transform the abundant possibilities of our resource-rich nation into tangible prosperity for all. As we gather here amidst the echoes of innovation and the whispers of ambition, I'm reminded of a powerful African proverb that resonates deeply with our theme. Tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. It speaks to the resilience and determination ingrained within us, urging us to remain steadfast in our pursuit of greatness, despite the challenges that may arise. Our theme, Reimagining Resource-Rich Namibia, transforming possibilities into prosperity, encapsulates our collective vision for a future where Namibia emerges as a beacon of prosperity and progress in the global energy landscape. Just as a skilled artisan transforms raw materials into a masterpiece, so too do we aspire to harness the latent potential within our nation's borders and shape it into a force for positive change. I am deeply honored to stand before you today, following in the footsteps of visionary leaders who have dedicated their lives to the advancement of our beloved Namibia. Today, we stand on the shoulders of giants, poised to chart a course towards a future defined by innovation, collaboration, and development. I believe that investing in human capital through education and knowledge sharing will lead to development and sustainability. Early exposure to opportunities cultivates fertile ground for future prosperity. Therefore, it is in this vein that we launched the Future Energy Leaders Legacy Program that allows 8 young people to be a part of this journey with us. Thank you to Subsea 7 for contributing to the upliftment of the youth in Namibia. I would like to ask the 8 young people to please stand, and if you can just give them a round of applause. Thank you. This is over and above the graduates and the interns who join us annually to assist in putting to the conference together. Together, we possess the power to shape the future of energy in Africa and beyond, leveraging our collective expertise and resources to propel Namibia to new heights of success. Reflecting on the strategic sessions of day 1, which delved into key areas such as local content and the future energy landscape of Namibia, I'm filled with optimism for the discussions and insights that lie ahead. The discoveries made within our borders have not only reshaped the African exploration landscape, but also ignited a spark of hope for a better, brighter tomorrow. As we embark on this 2-day journey of transformation, I invite each of you to partner with us as we pave the way for a brighter future. Welcome to the 6th edition of the Namibia International Energy Conference 2024, where together we dare to dream and together we shall soar. Thank you very much.
Selma, thank you very much for those welcoming remarks. We look forward to our partnership today. And to officially open the ceremony this morning, we have several partners and sponsors who have assisted in the growth and development of the energy sector. Our first remarks will be by the National Oil Company partner, represented by Epson Wanguta, the Interim Managing Director of the National Petroleum Company of Namibia. Allow me a few moments to share around this distinguished professional, a true son of the Namibian soil, who brings his invaluable knowledge, experience, and expertise to the Namibian National Petroleum Corporation as its Interim Managing Director. He's well known to us, having previously served as Deputy Governor at the Bank of Namibia. With outstanding qualifications from well-known educational institutions, he carries a wealth of wisdom and experience from his various roles on national and international boards, where his dedication to advancing economic prosperity and financial matters is nourished. We're also grateful for the partnership with NAMCOR, who is a sponsor of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Epson Wanguta as he delivers the NOC partner remarks.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. It is really an honor for me to be here. Honorable Tom Aluendo, Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, His Excellency Gabriel Banga Obiang Lima, the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, our Petroleum Commissioner, His Excellency Haitham Al-Ghais, Secretary General of OPEC, Dr. Björnsef, Head of Energy Studies at OPEC, the distinguished guests, captains of the industry, experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very welcome to Namibia. Namibia is a country well known for its cultural diversity, beautiful landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this beautiful country of Namibia. We are now becoming a potential energy hub. Now, as we are talking about energy hub, Namibia is getting well known for its prolific Orange Basin, of which recent oil discoveries hold a sizable hydrocarbon resources. In fact, about 72 hours ago, we at NAMCOR, we released a media statement updating the nation and the entire world of possible and sizable hydrocarbons that has been discovered in the Mopane complex in Pearl 83 with our JV partners, Gulp, which is our operator, and Custos. We are equally excited that our preliminary understanding of the reservoir suggests good porosities and permeabilities, as evidenced by the well-logged results that are exceeding our expectations, thereby also cementing our belief that indeed this discovery is of sizable, is a sizable discovery. I need to admit that for years, NAMCOR has been at the forefront of our country's hydrocarbon exploration. Our technical team has been spending time and hours to understand the data and promoting the country potential. In 2018, we commenced with a project that we call Prospect Inventory. And the focus of this project was essentially to do the mapping, to do the interpreting and gathering of diverse prospects and lists different play types of offshore Namibia. It is as a result of this data gathering, data interpretation, that most of the discoveries has been made. It is therefore indeed a dream come true for NAMCOR to see how the petroleum industry in Namibia is now buzzing after years of promotion, after years of exploration and collaboration, especially between NAMCOR and the Ministry of Mines and Energy. We now know for certain that these discoveries is just the beginning. NAMCOR anticipates more discoveries still to come. In fact, for this year, starting from November, with our partners, we are expecting drillings to start taking place with our JV partners such as Chevron, Rhino Resources, and BW Energy. But as we are doing this, we also know great challenges are still awaiting us, which is a successful appraisal, development, and eventually moving into the production. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference compels every one of us who are gathered here in this room to answer the question, how can we turn these possibilities into prosperity for every Namibian? This is a very crucial and critical question that we need to think about. As we are engaging in technical discussion and also sharing the industry insight, it is imperative for us as we are navigating through this road to success, especially developing the upstream sector. The key question is that, how do we ensure that we bring this hydrocarbon to the surface? And certainly as we are doing this, we need to ensure that how do we make sure that Namibians, ordinary Namibians, benefit from this resource? I think is very critical, particularly for a country that has got major challenges of, for instance, high unemployment among the youth, inequality. We need to work together and exchange ideas and put the necessary policy framework in place to ensure that this resource benefit the ordinary Namibians on the ground. Therefore, in my conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I implore each and every one of us to engage in a spirit of collaboration and problem solving at all fronts, as the task that lies ahead requires teamwork and requires collaborative effort. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you kindly to the CEO of NAMCOR for giving us some insight and, of course, underscoring what it is that we need here today. And as he's highlighted, it's all about teamwork, it's all about collaborative effort, all on the back of the certainty and policy stability that we do see in a nation like Namibia. And this has been underscored by a myriad of investors who continue to be key partners, not only to Namibia's economy, but even to gatherings of such nature. Well, one of our Sapphire sponsors has done exactly that by continuing to drill for opportunities and, of course, hydrocarbon hydrocarbon drilling and explorative opportunities that exist in the Orange Basin of the country's region, also ensuring that it remains committed to the country, and even further so, ensuring that they actively participate in sustainability studies to fully harness how best we grow, not only the economy, but the opportunity in the region. I'd like to welcome our next speaker who will give us some insight, someone who has more than 2 decades of experience within the energy space, right across the spectrum in developed and developing economies, responsible for the role, function, and opportunities not only in Namibia, but in Suriname as well. The Namibia Country Manager for Chevron International Exploration and Production. Please warmly welcome to the front of the stage, Mr. Chana Purukula Surya.
Thank you, Guguletu. Honorable Minister Alwindo, Deputy Minister Shilunga, Minister Gabriel Obeng Lima, distinguished leaders, partners, esteemed colleagues, let me start off by congratulating Selma and her team for organizing this amazing, one-of-a-kind event, which is celebrating its 6th year. But more importantly, I would like to applaud Selma for being an exceptional ambassador for Namibia. You represent a set of values we can all look up to. It has been a privilege to get to know you and work with you. On behalf of my Chevron colleagues in Africa and worldwide, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 6th edition of the Namibia International Energy Conference. This conference promises to shape and help us understand the trajectory of Namibia's energy landscape. Chevron is excited to participate in Namibia's offshore exploration activities through our 80% working interest in PEL 90, with our partners NAMCO and Custos Energy. We have been warmly welcomed by the government of the Republic of Namibia, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, NAMCO, and all the governmental institutions and our partners who we have engaged thus far. Perhaps, even more importantly, we have been warmly welcomed by our communities, NGOs, bilateral agencies, and civic organizations with whom we've been able to forge some meaningful partnerships, demonstrating our commitment to the communities that host us. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize a few key points, or truisms, if I may. The demand for energy is growing, and the world continues to demand affordable, reliable, ever-cleaner energy that fuels economic prosperity and reduces energy inequality. This energy demand can only be met if we harness our collective ingenuity to develop all forms of energy, both in the traditional and the new energy space. The type or form of energy the world needs, nor the manner in which an energy molecule needs to be delivered is not a binary decision. To meet the global energy demand, we need all forms of energy. Chevron is committed to delivering on this edict, demonstrated by our significant investments in both the traditional oil and gas business and the new energy space, which focuses on methane management, carbon capture, hydrogen, new energies, and offsets. That said, the draws and the competition on our limited capital budgets is intense. Capital allocation decisions will be judicious and will consider many factors far beyond pure economics. Sanctity of contracts, legal frameworks, collaborative spirit, partnership, and fairness are all attributes that will be carefully considered when making significant investment decisions. And ladies and gentlemen, these are the dimensions that truly set Namibia apart. Let me highlight how thankful we as Chevron are for the partnership and the collaboration we have witnessed firsthand with the Ministry of Mines and Energy. On behalf of Chevron, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister Alwindo, the Executive Director, Mr. Panda Itindi, and the Petroleum Commissioner, Maggie Shino, for their leadership, constructive partnership, and collaborative spirit. Namibia has a bright future, and this is not an accident. This manifests itself in her talented people, the well-structured institutions, and the leadership vision that makes this bright future a reality. Finally, in closing, Chevron would be honored to be a part of this journey, to do so respectfully through collaborating with our partners to ensure that shared prosperity is delivered in all its dimensions, including local content development, to ultimately benefit and serve the people of Namibia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Truly appreciate the opening remarks that you've shared with us and helping understand how it is really aimed at a shared vision, shared value, and shared outcomes. And I think what we need to underscore there is shared, because what's beautiful about this is that it offers opportunity for Africans to own the narrative, to own a part of how our resources are managed, controlled, and of course, how it is that we are able to extrapolate value from it. And most importantly, what we have seen is that it's when we take ownership of our stories and share them with the rest of the world that we truly can influence the trajectory of the status quo and of course of the future. And one man who has done that, much like Salma, has often shared this knowledge, information, insight, opportunity, and all the plethora of implications in between through his books. He's a best-selling author, someone who has a real bold passion for everything to do with oil, energy, and gas across the continent, and most importantly, has also played a significant role at the forefront of leading and driving transactions, understanding the implications both from a tax, policy, and socio-economic and development point of view. More than that, much like many of you in the room, he's a real connector of making sure that we walk this journey together, and even through some differences and challenges that we might experience, but that the outcome for all remains positive. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome to the front of our stage our next speaker, who is a strategic partner for our conference here today, the Executive Chairman of the Africa Energy Chamber, Mr. NJ Ayuk.
Good morning. Google, at my funeral, I probably need you. You could do a better obituary than the media would do for me. Honorable Minister Alwindo, Deputy Minister, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Salma, my brother Edson from NAMCOR, energy companies, and Vicky. It is indeed an honor to be here. But most importantly, it is an honor that Salma gives us this opportunity to be here. My friend and brother, Shana, talked about 6 years, 6th edition, brother, 12 years. 12 years of putting Namibia at the forefront. 12 years when nobody gave hope, believed, 12 years of believing. 12 years, Salma, of driving it. 12 years of convincing skeptics, that it is possible. 12 years. 12 years of keep forging that road that sometimes get narrowed and people don't believe. 12 years of keep driving a belief that in the land of the braves, everything is possible. Thank you so much for those 12 years. With those 12 years of a lot of this work and many decades, tend to believe Chevron did the first discovery in this country. What is it, before I was born? Gee, 1975, 76, 74, I don't even know. But they are back. And it makes sense because now is the time that we move forward in driving more exploration. Now is the time that we harness the ingenuity of Total Energies, Shell, Garb. I mean, Garb, I was just making fun of Adriano. I said, the guy, Garb found, when was the last time Garb had the discovery? But they found it in Namibia. So any person that drills has a great discovery. So it's no longer me saying those three very beautiful words, drill, baby, drill. You are doing it, and it is working. Minister, as we go forward, I believe you would hear a lot from this audience. They're going to hold you accountable. They're going to push you. And we're going to ask for better fiscals. We're going to ask for better enabling environment. We're going to ask for sanctity of contracts. And we're going to ask for stabilization. We're going to ask for these tools that is going to make these energy producers drive up this development and really happen. And what's beautiful about this industry is that it works in collaboration, it works in partnerships, brings best practices that have been acquired from different places. Whether you look at Exxon with what it's doing in Guyana and looking at how they could rally those stories, but also what we do when it comes to empowerment. You know, the idea of empowering citizens, it should be at the core of this industry. And that's why it's really important that we recognize Namibians that have been at the forefront, not just Selma. I always make fun of one Namibian that I will meet everywhere around the world. He'll be the last person in the room. He kept driving, he kept believing, kept saying that we have asset, we have potential, and we hope it happen. Where is knowledge? Knowledge, stand up. Where is knowledge, Gati? That's knowledge. He kept believing. He kept driving this country, and we must give credit. The idea that in Africa we always spend time knocking us down, we always spend time kicking us down, it's wrong. We need to believe and lift your people up. This is time for Namibians to believe in themselves. Stop tearing each other down. Lift them up. Lift them up. I remember being in the United States in the old Negro anthem. They said, lift every voices, lift every Namibian, that you may all drive this industry and progress and stick together and work together and struggle together and produce and get those good God-fearing jobs that will make each one of you be better. Because it's not about local content, it's not about handouts, it's not about NGOs telling you that they have the best for you. It is that for those markets, limited government, dignity, and the good dignity that you find in work, in a job, and that prosperity comes from that. That's when families work. That's when this industry works for all of us. And nobody could have done that besides Marcio Melo, that kept believing in this country. And you all could look at Marcio. He's crazier than me, but he believed in the geology. Thank you, Marcio. Thank you for everything. And I'll close with this. We are going to push and drive, and I think the energy industry knows very well how to get local content or content, I would like to say Africa content or Namibian content done. But it's going to take everybody to work with this. But integration without preparation is frustration. each one of us is going to have to do its part. So keep moving. We at the Chamber, we're very happy to announce today, in partnership with most of the energy companies, and my wife, with her push, we're going to be doing 30 to 50 Namibians, partnering with the energy companies to get them on-the-job training today. The move towards first oil starts today. Don't you back down, stay strong, network, keep walking, never, ever bet against the land of the brave. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, NJ, for reminding us of the many years of challenge, commitment, consistency, and dedication in building the future of Namibia's vibrant energy sector. Indeed, you are right. The time is now as we forge ahead. And I think it was when I was moderating your session that I first heard the drill, baby, drill. This time, you've actually said that we are doing it. Not only are we doing it, it is important for us to believe and to continue to lift one another up. And I love your reference to lifting every voice as we continue to push for local content. And let's be reminded that integration without preparation is frustration. Another Sapphire sponsor this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is the RMB brand, which is the corporate and investment banking division of the First Rand Group in Namibia. This group is led by Mr. Philip Chapman, the Chief Executive Officer of RMB Namibia, and this Sapphire sponsor is providing strategic leadership to deliver shared prosperity for Namibia's long-term sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for his remarks, Mr. Philip Chapman.
Good morning, everyone. A big thank you to the Master of Ceremonies, and allow me to stand on the protocols that has been observed this morning already. It is indeed an honor to be part of such an immaculate event and to have an audience of this magnitude attending today's session. I really want to commend Selma and her team for delivering such an outstanding event for all of us in Namibia, but also for our global audience to come together and discuss pertinent matters on this very, very important industry. Thank you, Selma. Please allow me to briefly introduce RMB Namibia and as part of the First Rand Group. On the screen you will see we are a diversified financial services group operating across the continent, but particularly here in Namibia. We have RMB, which is our corporate and investment banking brand, where we support investments and major corporates in Namibia. We also have the FNB brand, which is our brand which supports the retail and commercial banking business in Namibia. And I wanted to at least create some clarity as we get some questions as to who is RMB, who is FNB, and who is First Rand. So hopefully after today, you will have a bit of a better grasp as to where RMB fits. We have offices in 9 African countries. We have done transactions in 35 African countries. And we have offices globally in the US, the UK, India, and China, supporting our broad client base across the world. So now that you know who we are and what we do, you'll probably ask, why is RMB sharing the stage at the Namibian International Energy Conference? While there are many reasons for this, we have one very pertinent reason. And it is that as RMB, we have a vision to build an enabling and long-term sustainable Namibia, a Namibia which will serve all of her people now and in generations to come. The announcement of the significant hydrocarbon finds over the 12 to 18-month period, as well as the insights being shared at this conference, all points to a new economy that is rapidly developing. This new economic development calls for action from all of us to develop this in a way that will benefit Namibia and its people. We need a collaborative approach. We need corporates, we need banks, we need local content, smaller SMEs, and individuals in Namibia to all take up this baton, to play their rightful role in developing the oil and gas and energy industry in Namibia. RMB has been a key enabler in developing other sectors over the past 3 decades. We trust that we can do the same by enabling you to develop your business in Namibia at the greater benefit of Namibia as a whole. I conclude by saying RMB is committed to the energy development journey, but the African proverb states, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us go together as partners to build a long-term sustainable Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And may that guide us for the rest of these proceedings over the next 2 days. Our final opening remark is from the country chair of the Shell Exploration and Production Company in Namibia, indeed a Sapphire sponsor, Mr. Eduardo Rodrigues. He was appointed as recently as the 1st of April 2024, and it is not an April Fool's joke. As country chair, he's actually been around the block with similar assignments in various other countries, including Sao Tome and Principe, Equatorial Guinea, Ecuador, Colombia, Central America, and the Latin Caribbean. I can't wait to meet him so I can also share my Caribbean side with him too. Perhaps he speaks in patois. His rich background has him navigate issues of complexity across industries with ease and aplomb, particularly championing initiatives cutting across multiple industries to prioritize local content and social investment, as well as promote investment in the upstream sector. It is endearing to note that he also has focus on his family, enjoying sports and outdoors, and exploring new cultures in his free time. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eduardo Rodrigues.
Thank you for that very warm welcome. Honorable Minister Tom Alwendo, honorable ministers, distinguished government of Namibia, distinguished guests, colleagues, new friends, old friends, and my new Namibia family. Thank you and good morning to all. It is an honor to be part of this event and to join many esteemed representatives of the energy sector here in Namibia and around the world. And it's wonderful, too, to be in this beautiful setting. It is certainly, for me, unlike any other conference I have attended. And Selma, all I can say is, wow. This is unprecedented. I haven't experienced it. I'm overwhelmed. And to the support that the Ministry of Mines and Energy has given to this event. As a Latin American, Africa has welcomed me in the last 6 years, and now Namibia is giving me a warm welcome. And as a Latin American, Africa, we relate a lot. We relate a lot because we have similar challenges. We have hardworking people that want to make our region a better place, and we are hardworking and most importantly, we're full of passion. So Namibia has shown me that warm welcome in this is my third week in Namibia, and I'm very proud to be here and hopefully contribute to the progress of this great nation. As I settle into my new role as Shell Country Chair in Namibia, it is clear to me what a special country it is, and it's a privilege for me to lead Shell business in the country. And I could not pass this event without mentioning my dear friend and colleague, Dennis Sekbel, former country chair for Shell Namibia, and he is here today with us. And I'm sure many of you know him well, as all my engagements, his name has come up. Dennis certainly was instrumental in what we have today in Namibia, and for sure, the reason I stand here in front of you today. Dennis, thank you, and welcome, and this is your home. Incredibly, this year marks a decade since Shell opened its office in Windhoek. And these last 2 years have been particularly active, to say the least. Together with our joint venture partners, Qatar Energy and Namcor, we have worked at an unprecedented pace and scale to understand our license, both the volume resources in place and the commercial potential. Since drilling of our first well, Graph, end of 2021, which established a working petroleum system, we have drilled 6 exploration wells, 3 appraisal wells, and completed 2 flow tests. The most recent activity, we are concluding the exploration well Enigma, being this a further discovery. This pace is thanks to the Ministry of Mines and Energy and those collaborating with us, our partners, including Ochfeld Drilling, who have been operating our rig, the Deep Sea Bolsat, which is the rig we have been using so far. Together, we have been able to safely operate year-round with top quartile drilling performance and across comparable industry benchmarks. Today, in fact, and this is not a coincidence, we mark 500 days of Goal Zero. What is Goal Zero? It is Shell measure for safety with no harm to people and no harm to the environment. Key industry benchmark for all that we're sitting here. And as an intervention, when you walk out of the hallways, there's some obstacles, so please be careful when you're walking around the corridors. Couldn't is this intervention. So this has been a particularly impressive achievement in deep water frontier exploration. We cannot forget about that, frontier exploration. After this campaign, the well results have generated a wealth of information about the subsurface, the hydrocarbon volumes in place, and potential flow rates. Our focus now is on taking the time to analyze this vast amount of data, and that will enable us to plan the next step ahead. In Shell, we bring world-leading capabilities in deep water in this task. Years of experience and expertise of projects all over the world are crucial in enabling us to polarize quickly and ensure all development options are being considered. But, of course, we must be humble. Namibia is a frontier location, and we are all learning. learning about the unique geology and the recovery potential. And this proverb was mentioned before, but I think it's key, and the more we repeat, the better it is. It reminds me of the old African proverb: if we want to go fast, we go alone. But if we want to go far, we go together. Exactly. There is no fast track here, but we must move at pace, and rest assured that that's what we're trying to do with our operations in Shell. To fully understand the potential of this opportunity, we must work together. It requires all of us here today to collaborate, to learn from each other, to bring the best of each of us has to offer, and to help realize the potential of a future oil and gas industry. Our joint venture is strongly committed to maximize local employment opportunities by supporting local supply chain, prioritizing local goods, services, and skills, and of course, to work hand in hand together with the government on a sustainable local content strategy. We will ensure that local content continues to be a priority on all the future operations that we do in Namibia. I also want to highlight the government creating an enabling environment in which we can invest with confidence. Stability, predictability, good governance, and rule of law, all items mentioned by NJ and my colleagues, do not happen by accident. They are the foundation pillars of an environment where business, government, society can work together to benefit of all. A very important asset of the Namibia investment case. Oops. Lastly, I want to, as well, recognize the work of organizations like Petrofund, NAMPOA, and the Namibian Investment and Promotion Board, NIPB, whose leadership makes such a difference. In my short time in Namibia, your best practice is clear to see, and I applaud you for it. In closing, I want to emphasize something that has been repeated, and it's of great satisfaction that we hear everybody align with one agenda. But of all this keynote, there are three concepts that I want to emphasize and highlight. The word together, learner mindset, and Namibia investment case. If we all, and I mean all, work together, and every problem and challenge that we face, which we will face many, we will have discussions, but we approach it with a learner mindset, and we never lose the concept of maintaining the Namibia investment case that has been achieved until now, our probabilities, our possibilities of success will increase significantly for the benefit of all, and most importantly, for the benefit of the country of Namibia. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful Congress. Look forward to engaging with everybody. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Eduardo. Really appreciate it. And of course, underscoring again participation that is seen through a collaborative effort. And I think that's quite important, especially when it comes to hearing the opening remarks from our one last speaker who will be joining us this morning to give us some perspective on how best it is that Namibia, including its peers across the continent, continue to play a more interactive role when it comes to the global stage, primarily when it comes to oil. And this does both on the conversations that were highlighted today, especially not only the competitive nature, but the collaborative efforts that certainly do take place in the Mopani field, whether it's Shell, Chevron, of course, many other peers within the market, including the likes of Gulp Energia. All of these really do speak to the oil discoveries that we've seen. And how does this tie into Namibia best positioning itself to also be a vocal voice and a global voice when it comes to the production of oil? This leads us to our next speaker who contextualizes our potential, especially as we head to the year 2030, when Namibia holds the potential to be the fourth largest contributor to oil production across the globe. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, joins us via a pre-recorded conversation and address. Please turn your attention to the screens as we engage and hear from His Excellency Haitham Al-Khaj, who's the Secretary General of OPEC.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, I would like to extend our best wishes to the organizers and participants at the 6th edition of the Namibia International Energy Conference, NIEC. I also send warm greetings to the partners of the event, Namibia's Ministry of Mines and Energy, ably led by the Honorable Minister, His Excellency Thomas Alwindo, and the African Energy Chamber, its Executive Chairman, NJ Ayuk. I was honored to be invited to participate in this prestigious event, but due to a long-standing commitment, I am unable to join you in person. However, I do look forward to visiting Namibia in the very near future. Namibia constitutes the oil industry's next frontier, for this great nation bristles with promise and hope. Recent discoveries, particularly those in the deepwater Orange Basin, have been some of the most exciting global finds this century. Indeed, these potential new oil fields only scratch the surface of Namibia's hydrocarbon basin. It has been heartening to hear the Namibian government's determination to accelerate the development of these discoveries and utilize every energy resource this country has to benefit Namibian citizens. This is your sovereign right. My message to this distinguished conference is that OPEC stands ready to support Namibia in this exciting new chapter of its development, particularly in navigating the often complex global energy landscape. Since OPEC's foundation in Baghdad in September 1960, we have accumulated invaluable experience and technical expertise in utilizing our natural resources for the benefit of our peoples. We would be happy to intensify cooperation with Namibia across a broad range of fronts. Namibian oil will be vital in meeting the future demand needs of consumers around the world. This is clear when one considers the demographic and economic direction of travel the world is set to embark on over the next few decades. According to OPEC's World Oil Outlook, the global population is set to expand by around 1.5 billion by 2045, and the global economy is set to double in its size. With more people, more incomes, global primary energy demand is set to increase by 23%. Oil will retain the largest share of the energy mix, with demand growing to 116 million barrels a day by the year 2045. This growth needs to be viewed within the context of a great challenge facing humanity, energy poverty. Of the 675 million people worldwide still lacking access to electricity, 4 out of 5 of them live in sub-Saharan Africa. Moreover, we believe that these benefits can be harnessed in tandem with addressing climate change concerns. Regarding the last point, OPEC believes multiple pathways adjusted to national and local circumstances will be necessary as governments seek to balance concerns regarding emissions reductions, energy security, and sustainable development. Technological innovation will be key. Hence, OPEC member countries are investing heavily in hydrogen projects, CCUS, CCS, and direct air capture facilities, in addition to the circular carbon economy. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the full potential of Namibia's natural resources can only be realized with adequate levels of investment. The government has identified this as a national priority. It is a priority that OPEC shares. According to the WU, our World Oil Outlook, oil investment requirements total $14 trillion by the year 2045. Our organization is determined to do what it can to create an investment-friendly climate in the industry globally, and we hope that Namibia can reap the benefits thereof. To conclude, OPEC has 3 key messages for this conference. Number 1, as believers in a bright future for the oil industry, we are enthused by the discoveries in Namibia. Namibian oil and energy will be essential in meeting future demand. Number 2, we are excited about the potential of the Namibia-OPEC partnership and stand ready to offer support at this crucial juncture. Number 3, we encourage potential investors to look at Namibia and the abundance of possibilities here. Again, my thanks for this invitation to address the conference. OPEC is delighted to be associated with this event and to strengthen relations with your great country. Thank you.
Very grateful for that address. Keen to note that OPEC stands ready to support Namibia across a broad range of fronts as we navigate this exciting journey of development in our energy sector. I'd like to recall his 3 messages that they are enthused by the oil discoveries in Namibia, excited by the potential of partnership between OPEC countries and Namibia, and encouraging investors to have a look at our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for our keynote address by the Honorable Tom Alwendo, our Minister of Mines and Energy. He heads the state's lead agency for attraction and promotion of private investment in resources exploration and development, and has been doing so deftly and adeptly since 2018, when he was appointed by our late President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Godfrey Geingob. He has served this nation in varying capacities over the years, with extensive economic experience gained as the first Namibian governor of our central bank in the late 90s to 2010. He applauds Namibia for her remarkable progress in a relatively short period of time across her energy value chain, highlighting her potential to become a global energy hub. And he has been quoted as saying, and we agree, that the time to invest in Namibia is now. I was particularly heartened to read his other beliefs, which kind of echo what both Mr. Wanguta as well as Mr. Rodriguez have brought to our attention or reminded us about: working together, having a learning mindset, and maintaining the Namibian investment case. I quote, he says, "With ordinary talent combined with extraordinary perseverance and buttressed by meritocracy, all things are achievable." Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister of Mines and Energy, Mr. Tom Alwendo.
Thank you very much.
Is it Mr.?
Thank you very much, Afra and Guguleto, the directors of this morning's proceeding or conference. Let me first of all welcome all our guests, those from afar, those who have been here before, and also those who are visiting us for the first time. Obviously, we would not be here if it was not for Selma. Let me also just recognize Selma as the CEO of Rich Africa. And even before I say anything, you are clapping already. Selma, I'm actually starting to think that shouldn't we maybe swap places? With all these accolades we are getting, maybe I wouldn't mind to swap places with you, but really just to thank you for what you were able to do over the years, And NJ says, 12 years. But certainly, I think we cannot miss but to thank you, to say, look, we really actually have come a long way to be where we are today. I also want to recognize the excellencies, ministers that might be here, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, my brother minister, Gabriel. I haven't seen Gabriel. Gabriel, yes, there he is. So welcome to this conference again. So let me really honestly just thank all of you for being here this morning, and also let me thank my deputy minister also being here. You can see I'm not really good at protocol things. I should have just said all protocol observed, and that should actually have finished the whole thing. But to welcome all of you to be here this morning, as it was already said, this is really an excellent opportunity, I think, that is really provided to us by Rich Africa in order for us to celebrate the work we are doing to grow our energy industry. As you can, of course, see, it is really a private sector-led event that brings us all together to collaborate in meaningful conversation that might not otherwise have happened. And I can really see, I think, the participants, I think, is probably much more than what we did have in the previous events. We are greatly also, for example, to have heard the OPEC Secretary General to give us his message about what he thinks about what we are doing in Namibia. And I want to thank him for this message. And also just to ask Dr. Penyunef, Head of Energy Studies at OPEC, to please pass our thanks to the Secretary General for having given us that message. Now, it is probably really an understatement if we say that we are at the dawn of an energy revolution that will transform the Namibian economy. The oil discoveries in the Orange Basin suggest the biggest oil yield ever found in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's very, very exciting. But I must also hasten to add that we are still assessing the commercial viability of these exciting finds. However, we are confident that the early projections will prove accurate, and that we need to prepare for a hydrocarbon bounty that will turn Namibia into a major oil and gas producer. It is also our belief that there is still so much to be discovered, both in the Orange Basin and in other locations. For example, Namibia's offshore Walvis, Luteris, and Namib basins hold tremendous promises, yet are mostly unexplored. And I'm happy that most of you are looking for those opportunities. So certainly, I think as NJ did say, we certainly still have got a large area that is still unexplored. So we are open for business. And it's our resolve to keep Namibia attractive for investment. Because it's only through investment, especially private sector investment, that we will turn our oil and gas opportunities into prosperities, as is the theme of this conference. However, the investors we seek to attract are those who agree that the investment must result into a mutually rewarding relationship that benefits both the Namibian people and the investor. And the savvy investor will understand that investing in a developing country like Namibia provides a much greater return on your investment. And this is so because not only will the investor earn a return on his investment, but the investment in itself would have assisted to transform the economy into a more complex and dynamic one in which we all want to operate, something that will better serve humanity as well. It is therefore the savvy investor we would like to attract to our shores, and not really a knight in a shining armor who is coming to rescue us from a situation of hopelessness. Ladies and gentlemen, you also would agree with me that any discussion about a burgeoning Namibian energy sector would not be complete without a tribute to our illustrious leader, late President Hage G. Geingob, whom we tragically lost on the 4th of February of this year. And may his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. President Geingob laid the foundation for a successful Namibian energy industry. And the substantial offshore oil and gas discoveries, as we talk about today, as well as the resulting surge in exploration activity we see today, are the result of leadership that focused on good governance, stability, and business-friendly policies to foster investment. His leadership also ensured that our natural gas resources will foremostly be dedicated to domestic needs, which will bolster our energy security and also pave the way for our economic growth and industrialization. If I were to paraphrase him, he would probably, if he was here, would say it's all about systems, processes, and institutions. It's not about one person, it's about having good systems, having good processes, and having strong institutions to make sure that we deliver on this promise. Likewise, we must thank President Geingob for our rapidly developing green hydrogen sector. As you all know, we have an ambitious green hydrogen project that we have been carrying for the last 2 years, which will lead to even more jobs, more business opportunities, and access to energy, especially electricity, for all Namibians. As we mourn his passing, the government will continue with his homegrown energy efforts by maintaining a business-friendly approach to developing the recent discoveries and promoting further exploration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important issues we will be paying focused attention is that of local content. And the concept of local content is to institute broad policy tools that promote domestic businesses and employment. And this is achieved by requiring a certain percentage of goods and services to be sourced from domestic companies and certain percentage of jobs to be filled by local people. It also motivates international companies to share knowledge and expertise with local firms and encourages investment in our local infrastructure. We have witnessed other petroleum-producing nations that struggle in vain to introduce frameworks to protect and enhance domestic benefits of their natural resources. But unfortunately, once hydrocarbons have become the mainstay in any economy, to now retroactively establish a meaningful local content policy that adds new requirements for producers really becomes a Herculean task. And we don't want to do that. We want to start now. We therefore have a unique opportunity to learn from the mistakes of the past and also adopt the best practices of successful petroleum economies as we proactively plan for a framework of our local content framework. And as we continue to work on the local content issue, I am more inclined, I think as NJ was saying, I'm actually more inclined to rebrand it and actually just refer to the Namibian content, because that is really what it is, a Namibian content. It focuses on creating in-country value across the entire Namibian economy and ensuring sustainable economic impact from the resources under our Namibian soil. The end goal is to spread the wealth that will be generated by these natural resources among all Namibians, develop the skills of the Namibian people in oil and gas professions, and promote the establishment of a Namibian oil and gas business. As you might have learned, we have introduced a draft national upstream petroleum local content policy that outlines a pathway for Namibian citizens and companies to benefit from oil and gas resources. And this is to be done by increasing our participation in the oil and gas industry, from exploration and production, and through the entire industry value chain. To ensure that the Namibian content regulations are effective for real-life application, because they have to be fit for purpose, I encourage each one of you here today to offer your feedback on the policies and frameworks that we are creating to make sure that the industry is going to benefit the people of Namibia. We in the Ministry of Mines and Energy are striving to enact the framework to create an internationally competitive petroleum sector that maximizes the benefit for our people and leverages our natural resources for broader national development. And in this effort, we are really laser focused on achieving a balance between increasing local participation and also attracting the required investment. However, to really make it work, to make the Namibian content or the local content to really make it work, it requires more than just having good policies in place. It requires that Namibian entrepreneurs play a deliberate role in the development of this new industry. It also requires that the investors, the oil companies, also plays a deliberate role in this development. I have a specific message for esteemed investors in the oil and gas industry. Earlier on, we have heard from Shana from Chevron saying that capital allocation to this investment is not just about the economies of the project. It requires more than that. He talks about contract sanctity, he talks about stability. So did Rodriguez. Now we need to have all this in place. And we're going to give you that. But we also got something to ask from you. Not only you asking me to provide something, but I also need you to do something. And therefore, I have a specific message for our esteemed investors. You are here because we've accepted you to collaborate with us, and in return, we expect that you earn your license to operate. I therefore ask that you tune out the barrage of noise about how Namibia lacks the necessary expertise, how we do not have the capital, how we don't have the infrastructure to build a successful oil and gas industry. We want you to work with us and adopt a tenacious persistence to make things happen, and also for you to use your unique perspectives to develop Namibian specific strategy and make this industry work and work for both of us. To those who have made commercial discoveries, we want you to fast-track field development for all discoveries. Although I do consider myself a pragmatist, the fact is that we need the resources out of the ground for the oil and gas industry to flourish. And as long as it's still in the ground, we cannot talk about having an oil and gas industry. We need to develop plans now to speed up production as soon as the discovery are determined commercially viable. And for you to play your role regarding the Namibian content, it will also be necessary and a requirement for you to submit to us your annual capacity building and Namibian content plans. I am alive to the fact that our local content policy is still in a draft form. However, that's not a good reason for you not to have the Namibian content plans in place. That is the message to our esteemed investors. I also said this can only work if you also have got local entrepreneurs who are going to play a deliberate role. So I also have a special message to the Namibian entrepreneurs that wish to participate in this oil and gas sector. First and foremost, let us guard against creating any sense of entitlement. And you owe me something. You owe me something attitude. Entitlement is a belief that I deserve something without really making sure that I deserve it. Let us accept personal responsibility for our successes and our failures, because there are going to be failures. There are going to be reverses, but let's own that. Nobody owes us anything, so do not expect to receive handouts on a silver platter. No one is going to hand you projects and jobs simply because you are a Namibian. You need to be ready. You need to collaborate. You need to compete. You need to earn it. It is the case that oil and gas is a new industry for us, and we all take that. So we don't have the experience, for example. But that should not deter us. It should not dishearten us. On the contrary, it should really embolden us to acquire as much industry knowledge, to acquire as much training and insight as possible, and do it now so that we are ready to jump right in. Let's be proactive and innovative in how we prepare ourselves for the upcoming challenges. I have another message, and this message is for all the stakeholders in the oil and gas sector. That includes policymakers, it includes oil companies, it includes entrepreneurs, it includes non-government organizations. And this is to say that let us all promote transparency and good governance in all our dealings. This will be necessary for us to ensure that Namibia remains the desired destination for this needed investment, and that we build a reputation as a solid business partner. And we want to be that, to be a partner, but we also, as I said, we also want you to be our partner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we contemplate our future as a hydrocarbon producer, we also recognize the global climate change issue. There are those, of course, who argue that the global push toward green energy makes Namibia's oil and gas dreams a moot point. Naturally, we share the goal of getting to net zero. However, we must do so in a manner that does not impede Namibian content development, in a manner that does not impede or exacerbate local energy poverty. Namibia, like our fellow nations, African nations, deserves a transition to renewable energy that is not hurried or forced into others' timetables. We deserve a transition that factors in our goals, that factors in our concerns and our priorities. We need an energy trust strategy that promotes and protects the well-being, that of our citizens, and also that of our economy. We deserve an energy transition that takes a pragmatic approach to resolving energy poverty by making our own natural resources as part of that solution. We are, however, happy to note that recently, when people discuss the energy transition, there has been a refocusing on the realities of people living without energy. The reality is that what is needed is a reliable and affordable energy. What is needed is an energy that is accessible to hundreds of millions of people without access to energy, thereby improving their livelihoods. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I just once again want to thank all of you for attending this energy conference. I know you are here for oil and gas, but Namibia not only offers investment opportunity in oil and gas only. So I want you to have an agreement with me that you are all going to stay for the next 5 days so that you can go out of Windhoek, the capital city of Namibia, and actually look for other opportunities. You'll be surprised what you're going to find. So all of you, especially those of you who are here for the first time, I want to have a contract with you that you are going to spend 5 days extra so that you can also investigate what Namibia has to offer. So I look forward to great things as we work together to turn possibilities into prosperity, to do so in Namibia, by the Namibians, and for the Namibians. And I thank you.
Wow. There is so much to draw upon on that keynote address, but let me have a look at our contract with the Honorable Minister for a second. The next 5 days, for those of you who've never been here before, and for those of you who constitute are part of those savvy investors that the Minister has reminded us, the kind of investors that we are looking for. How many of you will be here for the next 5 days? Please raise your hands. Higher. Okay. That looks like some reasonable potential for Namibia. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I truly appreciate the reminder to us all that we all have a deliberate role to play. Whether you are an investor who should guard yourself against a sense of entitlement, and thank you for calling a spade a spade. That was entrepreneur. When you are an investor, make sure that you earn your license to operate. And as Namibians, let us engage fervently and let us deliberately be involved in all of the policies, etc., relative to Namibian content. And a final message that I found most encouraging, and a stern reminder to all stakeholders, that whatever it is that we do in this industry, let us promote transparency and good governance in all our dealings. Next up, to give a deeper look at the industry, its outlook and update will be presented by Maggie Shino, our Petroleum Commissioner, who has over 15 years' experience in this industry and is responsible to promote oil and gas investments, including issuing of licenses, negotiating agreements, and administering the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act. She holds various qualifications in the sciences, including a master's degree in petroleum geochemistry, and has enjoyed an illustrious career in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, where she began as an energy researcher. We've heard that for the first time since our independence, we are poised for a rapid transformation of the upstream oil and gas sector. We've been told about the recent and significant discoveries in our Orange Basin, which attract the big oil super majors to the country. And should our finds prove to be commercially viable, we are clear that the opportunity for Namibia is unprecedented. Never seen before revenue windfall could be ours, and our GDP could potentially double by the year 2040. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Maggie Shino as she delivers her industry outlook and update, Namibia's Petroleum Commissioner.
Thank you very much for Shiming, for those introductory remarks. You do justice. You definitely do justice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to stand here and see you all in the land of the brave, and never an easy task to speak after the politicians. I'm gonna try, but it's not gonna be an easy task to speak after Honorable Alwendo. I'll give you an update of where we are as an industry in terms of the overview, and hopefully in my remarks, in my words, I will also then share with you the outlook of how do we see the future. And I'm doing this for one purpose, for all of you to plug yourself in terms of this deliberate approach that we have to develop the Namibian oil industry, to see where you can play your part. It takes us all, as has been said by Eduardo. We're going to do this together. It's a very short agenda, but a very long speech. I tried to negotiate with Selma to give me more time, and she said no. So I'm going to try, by all means, to summarize what we have to say here today. The word or the order of the day, not only internationally but in Namibia, is sustainability. Sustainability is what we are offering, what we are aiming at providing for you on the Namibian oil and gas industry. We are looking at capitalizing the oil discoveries as we have them, and putting in place plans for us to diversify the economy so that we are going to create a circular system, a circular economy that is going to be grown and catapulted from the discoveries, the development, and the production that we are going forward. In doing this, we are aiming at creating a positive impact to the economy. Remarks were just made here about the potential for us to grow the GDP of Namibia, not by a certain percentage, but to double or even triple it. And that obligation lies with all of us in terms of what we do to deliver the barrels that we have seen in the ground. While we're doing that, we know and we take acknowledgement of the fact that it's a very complex industry. We also are aware that it's a very brand new industry for us as a country. And with that, we come with an open mind to leverage from the innovation of those that have been before us, the peers. And we come with an open mind to learn and gain the skills and knowledge that are required. But as we said, we cannot do it alone. We need your help. What we are aiming for is for us to have an accelerated development. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time, and we need those barrels to be out of the ground as of today. The race is open. The race is very fast, and we as a Namibian government will provide a conducive environment, an enabling environment for that race to be won by the champion. It's only the champions that will take forward. We are doing this focusing on our immediate need. We're focusing on the energy security, and we are focusing on alleviating the energy poverty that not only Namibia is experiencing, it's the whole SADC region, and it's the whole African continent. And Namibia is aiming to make its mark by contributing positively. While doing that, we vow the world that we are going to give you the greenest barrels that you could have ever produced. Being at a stage where we are able to design field development plans that will have the minimal impact in terms of carbon footprints, in terms of emission. And because of that, our barrels are going to be greener than the word green itself. In doing so, we're creating a circular economy, and we are providing fossil fuel that will be an enabler for Namibia to also contribute positively to the renewable sector. We will fuel the production of raw and critical mineral elements that are in abundance in Namibia, and with that we are going to do with a just and equitable energy transition, and as I always say, which will be done at the Namibian pace for the Namibian people. We have always said that we're looking for the heads. We are looking for the elephants, and it's evident today that the herd is growing. As the herd is growing, we know that we don't have only one head. We know that we have a head in the Orange Basin, but we now are certain that we have more than one head, but even this head keeps growing. As has already been said, allow me to take a moment and just be proud of the moment where we are as a country. With the recent discoveries that have been made by Gulp, we just concluded the DST and the testing of this well. And ladies and gentlemen, as the media always like to say it, it flows like a train. It flows in Namibia. We drill wells in Namibia. We drilled the Mopane well, looking for one reservoir. But what we found is not one, not two, but three discoveries, three separate reservoirs that we will be able to produce from. We're busy concluding the DST, and we're looking forward to at least an appraisal campaign that will have not more than less 4 wells, which are anticipated to be drilled for the year 2025, while still the exploration potential within the same basin is still, or within the same block exists. At the same time, just a week ago, Shell delivered a discovery notice. The Enigma well that they were drilling as an exploration well has now changed or turned also into a discovery. So the number of fields that we are expecting out of PEL 39, out of the Shell field, are more than one, and we are happy to announce to adding the Enigma. The potential for the future is for us to conclude then the appraisal campaign that we are having and be able to announce the commerciality so that then we can start having the conversation in terms of the production profile that we are expecting. We are moving at a fast pace. With the giant, the Venus, it keeps growing. It keeps surprising us. And the size is enormous. But what we are also seeing within the Venus down south, with the new seismic data that has been acquired, there are also 3 more giants that needs a bit to be dropped. And it is our hope that with the conclusion of the current seismic survey that is being done, we are going to be able to do more exploration well while concluding the commerciality. I told you that the race to production is on, it's open. Thus far, Total is at the lead of the race, and we are planning for the first production of oil from the Venus to be 2029-2030 for Namibia. With that being done, we have our kudu that have just a new life being blown into it because of the discovery and because of the reserves that we see in the other basins. The overview of the project still remains the same. We're planning to have an FPSO that we produce the gas, move it through a pipeline to the town of Luderitz and Elizabeth Bay, have a power plant that is going to be developed in 2 phases, 420 megawatt first and then 400 megawatt coming later, and an additional transmission line for us to evacuate this molecule. We, as a Namibian government, look at this project as an integrated project. But as the minister has said, we are a pragmatic government. We are open for all conversation, including the bundling and unbundling of this project, so that different players can come and plug in order to enable the Kudu project, Kudu gas to power, to take off. The upside potential that exists with the seismic data that we have acquired is that we are going to see more resources that are coming, and that has made it possible for Namibia now to start considering itself as a possibility or a possible LNG hub for the region, and that's what we are considering. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I put this deliberately on the screen so that you can see the timeline in terms of the project delivery. What we are expecting for the year 2025 is a final investment decision to be made on the Kudu project, and by the year 2027, we accept the first power molecules to come on board coming from the Namibian natural gas production. It is our plan that we are going to design infrastructures that are earmarked to enabling this, and we welcome and we invite all of you, capital powerhouses, technologies, innovators, and everybody to play a part in ensuring that the Namibian dream of the Kudu come to fruition. With that being said, as we say, we are growing the herd. The number of elephants keeps growing. And with that, we have now a well that is planned by the end of this year in November to be spudded by Rhino Resources. This is one of the most amazing structure and prospect that I've ever seen in Namibia, with at least 5 plays that are to be tested, all of them with a positive AVO response. It doesn't get better than this, ladies and gentlemen. We're planning to spud this well with Rhino and have it concluded by early 2025. And we look forward to Namibian companies, service providers, to be able to participate in terms of local content, in terms of Namibian goods and services, so that we are making sure that the barrels that are going to come out of the ground, that the discoveries that are coming out of the ground are Namibian signature preferences. A call for interest and a request for interest is out on the Rhino Resources website right now, and it's calling for Namibian companies to be able to provide them with your capability and ability. So please make sure that you have registered yourself as a vendor on the Rhino Resources website so that you can be included into the surveys that are required. Chevron is forging ahead. Not only are they looking at the data that they have, but they have also made a decision for a well to be drilled Q4 also 2024. We are looking forward to Namibian companies again being the service providers and being able to serve this well as we ensure that it is Namibian goods and services that will be used on this campaign. With that also, moving onshore, we are also currently busy planning for a multi-drilling campaign that is going to happen onshore. Recon Africa has made a commitment, a firm commitment for 1 well to be drilled this year and a number of wells to come up next year, depending on the result, as they test the different plays that they are seeing onshore Namibia, and these are opportunities that are available. With that, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Restart Energy, those are the number of wells that are upcoming and that we expect for 2025. What I can assure you is that out of each and every exploration well that is being drilled, you should expect a double multiplier effect of an appraisal well upon success. So the volume of activity that we are expecting in Namibia going forward 2026, 2025, 2026, 2027 until production is massive. With that being said, we are preparing the country to be an energy hub for the region. We are taking leverage of the current infrastructure and setup that we have in Walvis Bay, but we are moving all the resources that we have and channeling all the investment into the development of the port of Ruderitz so that it becomes the energy hub of the sector. This is because of the strategic location, but also because we want to make sure that we maximize the benefit that we get out of the infrastructures that we have in the country. We also are aware of the protection of the current fishing industry, the current tourism industry, and other sectors that are already being served, and hence why we are dedicating the port of Ruderitz to be the one that is serving the industry. With that being said, we are working towards ensuring, therefore, that there are linking developments that we are expecting. We want to make sure that all the infrastructures that are being built are designed in such a way that they provide an evacuation of all molecules, oil and gas, coming from all the fields that we have in country, and we're moving them through the common infrastructure all the way to Luderitz, Elizabeth Bay. The approach is a common infrastructure use, because we believe it's the best, it's the most efficient, and it's the most way that can enable us as a country to have most profitable barrel, and for the Namibian government to maximize the revenue that can come. You understand that it's a deep water, it's ultra deep water development, and therefore we need all of us to pull together for this to work. With that, the potential for Namibia is bigger than the Orange Basin, ladies and gentlemen. We have comparable, what we are seeing is that we are seeing comparable reservoirs, and the signatures that we are seeing in the deep, ultra-deep Orange Basin, we are seeing it repeating itself all the way to the Lüderitz, to the Walvis, and to the Namib Basin. And we are therefore chasing this signature so that we can have additional heads in these basins as we see them. With the data that we have, the Walvis Basin and the Lüderitz Basin, the ultra-deep basin floor fan play is enormous. We are seeing it's out there. And also within the Lüderitz Basin, we are also seeing additional basin floor fan that are also not only in the deep water, but also in the shallow water, and they need to be tested. And that's where we welcome all of you to plug and play in the Namibian system. With this new play that we are seeing, the most one that is coming on to the fore is a joint venture between Pan-Continental Custos Energy and NAMCO, with the option to participate that is made by Woodside. And they have a giant certain prospect that should be ready for a drill to drop come 2025. And with this, we are hoping that then we will be able to unlock then the whole entire shallow water Namibia and not so ultra deep water, so that we can then be able to cascade the signature that we are seeing. In the Namib Basin, ExxonMobil is working hard in making sure that the provenance and the geology is understood to see where the hot spots are located in the basin, and we are seeing them, the same signature that we are seeing in Angola, we are also observing them in Namibia, and that's what we are chasing. Going forward, I don't need to labor on the issue of local content, but our aim is to ensure that when that barrel is going to come out of the ground, it will have a signature that's saying, I'm Namibian. And with this, we are saying that we are looking forward to making sure that the Namibianization of each and every part of the project is done in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, local content is a must. And for anybody out there who is communicating to the local people that they cannot be able to participate because the local content policy is not yet adopted, we urge you to desist and stop doing this immediately. There are already requirements that are embedded in the Petroleum Agreement that mandate Namibian goods and services, that mandate employment and training. And I want you to be cognizant of clause 23, especially 23.2, which states that all operators must pass on this obligation of Namibian goods and services to their subcontractors. So contractors, if you are not obliging to this, let us change this narrative immediately. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are offering you a few things, but bundled with significant importance and as an enabler for this environment. We are creating or giving you a stable environment whereby stability is a key for us. We are giving you a stable economy for investment. We are giving you a government that is aligned to the industry. And we are giving you a conducive environment for you to make a return on those investments that you are making. On top of that, we are also, again, repeating from the words of the Honorable Minister, the sanctity of contract is our offering to you. What you signed up for in Namibia, we will honor with our breath as we go. We also vow to deliver to the environment, to the world, the most green barrels the continent have ever seen. With that, We are going to minimize our footprint in terms of the climate implication, and we are going to make sure that what comes out of Namibia only gives a positive implication to the economy and no negative implication to the environment. With that, we have a large basins, we have many potential that are open, and I welcome you to apply under the new application window. I'm sure you are aware of it, so that we can have a number of companies that are coming in. What we are expecting from you is just for us to help us to accelerate and have a fast-paced development so that we move to production at a quicker pace. We want you to also call upon you to be in alignment with the Namibian society. Be in alignment with the Namibian society and its need and its nature, for that is important in order for you to make a positive impact to the economy. We also want you to have a development or a responsibility of developing the Namibian economy, and we want to call upon you to make sure that, please, only profitable barrels should be produced in Namibia. So on that, we call on you to ensure that efficiency is a cornerstone of all your operation. We welcome your technology, we welcome your innovation, we have an open mind to learn, and we want to have a diversity of players. To the startup, to the middle-income companies, to the giants, we want to have a diversity of players. Namibia is a house for all, and we are creating an environment where all of you are welcome, and I look forward to engaging you during the course of the week to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, thank you kindly for that renewed level of optimism. So one thing is clear, we know where Namibia stands, we know how we are positioned, and we're fully aware of the opportunities we're going to tap into. As many of you do make your way to move around the room, I'm hoping that you're just stepping out very quickly for a short break, and we'll be back because there are still a few sessions that we will continue with, and this primarily affords us the opportunity to delve deeper into conversations and panel discussions. So if possible, ladies and gentlemen, where's everyone going? Drilling, perhaps? Well, either way, we hope that you do come back because there will be panel discussions and several sessions available. However, I do want to encourage you that there are air conditions or AC available in the room. There's water and refreshments at the back as well. So at some point in time, you just feel that you need a quick refresher, please feel free to ensure that you tap into that opportunity. However, I do want to draw your attention back to the stage because we have another speaker who will be joining us. We understand the context and the lay of the landscape as to how Namibia is positioned to ensure that we tap into the opportunities right across the energy spectrum. We're going to focus back on oil very briefly now and take a look at a global outlook. We're well aware of the geopolitical environment, some of the threats and concerns that are influencing where we're positioned, but our next speaker will help put things into perspective for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you 5 seconds for those of you exiting the room to do so very quickly. We would like you to keep you here as our next speaker will be joining us on stage to help us out with the World Oil Outlook. Please warmly welcome to the front of the stage Abderrazak Ben Youssef, who's the head of energy studies at OPEC, joining us on stage to address us on the World Oil Outlook. Please warmly welcome him on stage.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is my pleasure to be here today to present the World Oil Outlook for OPEC. But before I delve into my presentation, I would like to thank all the organizers for these excellent arrangements. And also, first of all, I would like to thank Honorable Minister for the kind invitation for OPEC to be here today. Distinguished Honorable Minister,
apologies.
Yeah.
Let's help get everybody's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important presentation that's taking place and of valuable insight and information. I'm aware that there is slight discomfort, but we will ensure that you do have a leg stretch briefly after this presentation. So to those of you who are present here today, we kindly request that you acknowledge, respect, and of course adhere to the proceedings of the day, as this is a presentation that has been prepared for you and knowledge and information and insight that will be shared. So if we could please calm down in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We all on track? Fantastic. Please continue with your presentation.
Thank you very much. I think I'm sitting between you and the coffee break. Sorry for that. Yeah. And for the presentation today, I will focus on the World Oil Outlook 2023. After, in fact, the clear messages from His Excellency the Secretary General, who set the scene and he delivered, the key messages or the high-level messages to support Namibia for the development of its oil sector. For this World Outlook, it is rather a technical part of these messages. We will dive deeper into the future energy mix and oil outlook. I made this World Oil Outlook, which is also available on our website. This is the book, and it is free of charge to be downloaded with all the data. It is a flagship publication of OPEC, which is published every year, and it encompasses the efforts of international experts from the OPEC Secretariat and member countries. It is one of the flagships that guides policymakers to take, in fact, decisions for future investments. This is what I will present now. I will present, in fact, our reference scenario from now to 2045. But before we start with the results of our modeling and expert judgment, I would like to highlight a few key assumptions. The first key assumption is related to population. The second is the economy development. The third is the policies and technologies. As all we know, that Africa will double the size of its population by 2050. This is a huge growth of the population. The population also will come from different regions like Middle East and Asia. It is very important to mention that the most important, or 95% of the population growth, will come from non-OECD countries. And this will have a big impact on energy and oil demand in the future. Moreover, in our outlook, we see that the working age and urbanization will increase. That means we need more oil, we need more energy. Most importantly, the GDP will double the size. And most of the GDP will come from Asia and Middle East and Africa. I'm emphasizing in those regions because later on we will see together that even energy demand and oil demand will come from those regions, and investment are required. In our outlook, we take into consideration as well the current policies and or expected some announced policies, as well as the technology developments. Taking all those into consideration, we can see that energy demand will increase. We need more than 23% of energy by 2045 comparing to 2022. Most of this energy demand will be in non-OECD countries, as we see in the left side graph, which will represent 71% comparing to 29% for OECD countries. That means the potential of development will be in non-OECD, will be in Africa, will be Middle East, will be in Asia and Latin America. The second point that I would like to highlight, that even with this increase of energy demand, we expect that oil and gas will still represent more than 55% in the energy mix. If we add coal, it is almost 70% of the energy mix by 2045. However, in the meantime, we expect that renewables to accelerate and to have the highest growth by 2045, adding around 34 million barrels of oil equivalent. However, given the low base now, it is almost 2 to 3%, even with this high growth, it will represent only around 12% of the energy mix by 2045. This will be followed by gas and oil. We see only decrease will come from coal. This mainly due to the substitution by gas, nuclear, and renewables and the power generation. If we we dive deeper in the oil demand, we see in this table that oil demand will increase by 16 million barrels a day in the upcoming 20 years. That means this is an increase of almost 16% of the comparing to the current level. And this demand will come totally from non-OECD countries. As we see in the other side, that there is a decrease of almost 10 million barrels a day from the OECD countries, with 26 million barrels a day additions from non-OECD countries, mainly India, China, and Africa. We expect Africa to double the consumption comparing to the current level. Even Africa is so big, unfortunately in the map we see a small continent, but in fact if we travel in Africa, it is almost 10 hours between the north and the south, and almost 9 or 7 hours between the east and the west. Even with this huge size, the consumption of oil is only 4%, comparing to the level at the international level, and this is almost 4 times less what we have in the US. By 2045, we expect Africa to double the consumption of oil, coming almost to 8 million barrels a day. But still with this increase, the energy poverty still persists in Africa. If you see more details about the oil demand by sector, transportation sector will be the lead of this increase. The 3 modes through transportation, the aviation and the marine transportation, followed by petrochemicals, which is in fact 4.3 million barrels a day. The only decrease of oil consumption will be in the electricity sector. Now moving to the supply. For the supply, the current, mainly in this current decade or the previous decades, the US leads the growth of non-OPEC supply, and now the production of all liquids in the US is more than 20 million barrels a day. However, after this boom of the tight oil, we expect by the end of this decade to have a plateau and to peak. However, we see that oil demand is growing, and for that reason we need more oil from OPEC. We expect the oil demand for OPEC liquids in general, what I mean by liquids is crude oil plus NGLs, to be around 46 million barrels a day by 2045. This will require a lot of investments that we will see at a later stage. And this is exactly what I'm referring to, that to achieve this, to meet this demand, and also to offset the natural decline of production, the oil sector will need $14 trillion in the upcoming until 2045. And this is a huge amount because we need 11 trillion for the upstream, with an average of $480 billion per annum, and another 1.7 for the downstream and 1.2 trillion US dollar for the downstream, for the midstream. And in terms of the structure of the investment, more investment are currently from non-OPEC, but we see gradually we need more investment from OPEC countries. And as mentioned by His Excellency the Secretary General in his opening remarks, that Namibia is needed, in fact, to meet this demand, growing demand in the future. Because at OPEC, we believe that there is no peak demand in the upcoming decades. That means demand for oil will continue to grow. Now we move to the refining, because we have the upstream. We need also to refine this, this crude oil. And we need also for the upcoming, in the medium term, around 6.6 million barrels a day of refining capacities additions. And we see also another 1.2 million barrels a day closures. I mean, when we see into the two graphs, most important investments are needed from China, India, Middle East, and Africa. And we will see exactly the same trend in the long term, that investments are needed for Africa, Middle East, and Asia. This graph shows that if we don't invest now, we'll have a huge gap between the growth in demand, in oil demand, and the refining capacity. That means, in fact, for different regions, we need around 2 to 3 million barrels a day, in fact, by 2028. And as I mentioned, cumulative distillation additions are needed about 6.6 million barrels a day by 2028. If we see for the long term, we need more capacities. We need 19.2 million barrels a day additional refining additions for the different regions. And this is mainly in the second part of the graph. In addition to Africa, Africa needs, in fact, to increase the capacity by more than 3 million barrels a day, and China as well, and Middle East. And we have also in other Asia and the Pacific. Talking about the distillation capacity, we have also to talk about other units, and we need almost the same capacity for desulfurization, with the same capacity for, and another capacity for conversion, which is around 10 million barrels a day, and also for the octane units. This is to meet different specifications and to respect the environment. And this is also the breakdown of the investment in the downstream. We need 1.7 trillion US dollar, 550 billions for the new capacities, and the rest for the maintenance and also the capital replacements. Let me say now focus on this part, which is very important. And in this slide, we show, in fact, 3 scenarios. And it is very important to highlight that recently we see that the divergence in different scenarios. And sometimes for the same organization or the same agencies, we see the gap between the high scenario and the low scenario equivalent to the current global oil production. And if this is a huge gap between the high and low, this will be very difficult for policymakers to take decisions. For that reason, at OPEC, we focus on those scenarios. The first one is advanced technology scenarios, in which we consider that we can achieve Paris Agreement by using different technologies, including renewables, and as well as abatement technologies for oil and gas, like, in fact, the CCUS, direct air capture, and the circular carbon economy approach. With this, we expect that oil demand continue to grow, but at a lower pace comparing to our reference case, but it will stay at most at this level by 2045. That means almost 100 million barrels a day by 2045, which requires also a huge investment just to maintain the current level of production. And experts in the upstream, they know clearly that even with the same level of production to maintain it, you need a huge investment to offset the natural decline. However, in the other scenario, if we consider that Africa says its words, for the moment I think Africa doesn't say anything, and the growth or the economic growth will be higher than we expect, economic growth higher than expected in other regions, we could reach 122 million barrels a day by 2045 as a demand, which means that we need worldwide, as mentioned by the Secretary General of OPEC, that we need all drops of oil worldwide. And this is very important to highlight that development of the fields is necessary. With this, I finish, in fact, the presentation with some key takeaways, saying that in our world outlook this year, we reevaluate energy policies. In the previous one, we have a little bit higher, lower oil demand by 2045, but we see many countries and regions are starting reviewing their policy targets. For that reason, we increased the oil demand by 2045, comparing to our previous outlook. And energy demand will grow, oil demand will grow as well, and OPEC demand for crude for OPEC and liquids in general will grow by 2045. But at the end, sustainable energy future for oil, needs a focus on inclusive, and it's very important. At OPEC, always we say all people, all fuels, and all technologies approach. With this, I finish my presentation. I would like to thank you again for your warm welcoming. And just to say one word, for me, this is the first time in Namibia, and I am impressed. I have a different perception. I didn't know Namibia, but now when I came here, this is like a hidden paradise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abdelrazak. That means that you're staying for a further 5 days, right? As the minister said. Well, on that note, we really are appreciative of many of you participating in the conversation and learning from these insights. A brief update is that we do have 2 separate sessions that will be coming up in just a short moment, or at least after a break. There will be a panel discussion, a fireside chat, and an exciting opportunity for us to deep dive into so much more of that potential that you see in Namibia, by an opportunity for us to have access to that information in the form of a report and toolkit. But that is what we can anticipate throughout the course of today. I do want to ensure that we give you enough time just to stretch your legs, get some refreshments, of course, perhaps see the restroom, pay attention to any emails and calls that you have to take. An update is that we are taking a comfort break for the next 10 to 15 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? 15. We'll make it 15 just for your comfort, right? To allow everyone enough time. So right now, looking at the clock, it is 11:40. We'll have you back here at 11:55, please, promptly, so that we can continue with the remainder of the program just after 12 o'clock. Please be back here in 15 minutes, 1-5. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. It's exactly 12 o'clock. We'd like to commence with the next part of today's program. Kindly take your seats. We'd like to commence with the next half of today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you kindly. Please take your seats. We appreciate the fact that you've been networking actively. We are moving on to our next session now, which will be a panel discussion. And this is where we're going to speed up things to make sure that you have a lot more time to do what you're here for, which is the networking. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our moderator who will make his way up on stage. He'll be moderating this conversation, which essentially talks to navigating the road to success. This is a conversation that is sponsored and powered by one of our partners, ExxonMobil, and we'll be hearing from a number of speakers who will be joining us on stage for this one. Please warmly welcome to the front of the stage the moderator of this panel discussion, NJ Ayuk, who is the Managing Director, of course, of the Africa Energy Chamber. He'll be joined on stage by several panelists whom he will introduce, a few of whom you would have seen already. Mr. Epson Wangato of NAMCOR, Richard Bach, who joins us from ExxonMobil, Chana Kurukula Surya of Chevron, Adriano Bastos of Galpo Energia, James Parr of Woodside Energy, and Dr. Abzeredak Ben Yusuf of OPEC. Please warmly welcome them on stage. If anything, I know NJ will be a lot more fierce with you than I am. So trust that you will be paying attention to this panel discussion. NJ, it's over to you.
Good afternoon. Everybody listen up. Justin, I might need you to sit down. And you guys in the back, if you guys gonna have conversations, stick it out. Y'all didn't pay enough to be here anyway. You get out. Last, you know I would say that, Klaus. Good afternoon. Can we have the folks at the exit door? Can you please either step out or can you please sit down? Young lady, Nangi, that's you. I can see you. You're going to have to sit. You know, energy people are very disciplined people. They like some order. Very good. Timey, come on, sit down. Good. Mon frère. Non, non, il faut t'asseoir. Viens, viens, mon frère, il faut t'asseoir. Total Energies is not on stage, so I want you to sit down and listen to these smart people. Can we do that? Good. Who else is in the back? Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, the upstream is always the life breath of any successful energy, especially oil and gas development. These people right up here, they are real drivers of why we are here today. Whether it comes into geoscience, it comes into drilling, or driving up how we develop energy. If you don't drill, you can't produce, and if you don't, and you would not meet what OPEC was saying. We have very less time on this panel, but we would start with the interim MD from NAMCOR, Edson. And Edson, I'll get right to the question. And you alluded to some of it during your speech. Are there any updates on technical and commercial viabilities of Namibia's recent oil discoveries that NAMCOR would like to address to this audience?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayuk. So where we are, if you look a little bit, you reflect back on a story of exploration of offshore Namibia. It began in the 1970s in the Orange Basin of Namibia. The first well was drilled around 1974, which was a discovery of gas resources, and that's exactly where BW Kudu is at this moment. So for most of the time, Namibia was really known as only having gas. but oil by that time was not yet discovered. It was only in 2012 where in the Orange Basin it was, there was some level of discovery, but at that point which was not really of commercial value. But however, in the year 2020, that's when we started seeing a massive discovery of oil in the Orange Basin. So essentially what one could really conclude from this, as there were these kind of drilling which were basically, that were dry, the wells were dry, the most important and essential thing that we got out of that is information and seismic data. And as NAMCOR, we have really positioned ourselves in all these years to collect all the necessary information, to put them together through our geoscientists. And this information we have availed to our operators. And that essentially has really helped the oil and gas industry in Namibia, where it is now, to start making key discoveries. And as you could see with the first, the second, and the third discovery, the reserves or the deposits that are being shown are getting better and better. So essentially, the key aspect is that as we are now at the beginning and there are some of these discovery, and for us looking at the data that are at our disposal, I think this is just the beginning. More is yet to come. This is essentially what we are seeing in terms of the data's availability. Of course, we are mindful that we are still at the first stage of the exploration and discovery. We need to move to the appraisal. Appraisal, in some cases, are being to be concluded, and eventually development and production. We are waiting for that day when production will start. And we are not losing sight of the challenges that comes with production. And that's why it is very essential for us to start with a necessary preparation as of now, on the financial side, on the technical ground, on the skill side, and it requires of us as NAMCOR and as a country to prepare ourselves for day one of production. And the preparation for that starts now. In fact, it was supposed to be yesterday. But if we have not yet started, it's now. Thank you.
Thank you, Edson. And I'll just try to skip over and get right to Adriano. And Adriano, honestly, everybody in this room wants to hear from you because you just did some amazing finds. And last year, I think I was on the same panel with you. I asked the question, you never responded to it. And I kept asking, you just said, wait, and then you gave me good news, which we like. Adriano, what impact will Namibia's and also GAP's new oil discoveries have on these countries, on this country, basically around the upstream and the downstream? And you're free to say anything you want to say about the discoveries.
Thank you, Ajuk. Me and Ajuk, we have agreement. He can ask any question he wants, and I answer anything I want. Most of the time, I talk about things that was not exactly what he asked about it. But it's our agreement, so it's working. First of all is thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. But we need to thank people that was before us, people who believed in this country, people that maybe we can thank Chevron 1974 to find Kudu, and Marcio Melo, my friend and mentor, is there. Hello, Marcio. That we drilled together 13, 14 years ago, Moosehead. Was non-commercial, but proved that we have a working petroleum system. And all those predecessors that create the platform that allow us to continue to believe on Orange Basin, and we continue to study, and that proved successful. But it's not luck. It's a lot of hard work that in the end pay back. We have lots to do. It's just the beginning, and we're really excited about it. But answer your questions. What's the impact on upstream and what impact in downstream? The downstream can have in countries. So how much time do I have? Because it's such a long answer that maybe I need a day
I have been
or
told
two.
I don't have much time, so
Okay.
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, let's go. The issues that we will be facing in country, being well explained by Honorable Minister and others on their speech, these challenges. And the impact will be positive because preparation leads to success. The same way it took us 13, 14 years to understand what we had. We need to prepare today for tomorrow. We will bring lots of activity, and we need to bring the Namibian society together with us. For example, in this project that we just finished, we had 56 Namibian companies operating with us. 15% of our workforce were Namibians. And 25% of the total group were females. So it's possible. But that's just the tip of iceberg. And the impact that we can bring is help the entrepreneurs to create solutions. We will collaborate, create the opportunity, not entitlement, opportunities for them to create the activities that will be utilized by the industry in an efficient manner. And they shall compete. They shall compete between themselves. They shall compete internationally. And we will collaborate for them to reach that level. And it's transformational. Downstream is a different issue. We will also collaborate with the country long-term strategy. Is the idea to be self-sufficient, address energy poverty, that is a critical issue, and at the same time becomes one of the hubs to provide energy to the neighboring countries and to the world. And this will demand a high level not only of occupation positions, but also on specialization that will also be transformational for the country. But this will need to come with together. I really appreciate that saying that you can go fast by yourself, but if you want to go far, we need everyone. And we need everyone involved in order to prepare ourselves to address the opportunity when it comes. And there are several ways to do that. We've been collaborating, discussing some importing expertise, bringing activities in order to be the coach of the next step. We cannot, if we put number of jobs the industry will demand in the near future, is quite considerable. And we need to do that in the right way.
Adriana, I love you, but
You too,
boy,
Chief.
I think you and Minister Windhoek could actually do very well as politicians, but that's okay, brother. Richard, I want to come to you. You heard the minister, you heard Maggie. They discuss a lot around Namibian content, empowering Namibians to be part of this industry. And my question to you goes with, how can an IOC like yours or anyone on here contribute to this country's economic development, especially around not local, but Namibian content development and ensuring long-term sustainability for this country?
Thanks, NJ, and am I coming across okay? Hey folks, just I'll get to answer in a moment. Just want to share some of the sentiments from this morning. It's fantastic to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Honourable Minister. It's a wonderful country to do business in, and we're just excited to be here. Folks, I'm our Exploration Director for South America and Africa. I think many folks might be wondering, where's Bridget? So Bridget Venner was our lead country manager here in Windhoek and had a big presence here through the last 5 or 6 years. After 41 years with Exxon, when she asked to retire, we had to give her that permission. So she's now back in Canada, but the spirit and the desire to succeed for Namibia and the oil and gas industry is still there. When it gets to recognize the tremendous excitement here and congratulate NAMCOR, the ministry, Galp, Shell, Total. I mean, fantastic discoveries, and the opportunity for prosperity is great. We'd love to join that, and we're trying to do our best to kind of emulate that and be part of it as well. So when I think about local content, for us it's all about, firstly, got to think about why, and from the business case, having access to qualified, reliable, sustainable employees and a local workforce for decades. We're talking about 20, 30, 40 years lifetime asset of a field. It's just business sense and critical. We look to partner really early on, getting collaborative spirit and engagements with the regulators and the ministries. And our best case, we're not doing it right here, we'd love to, but right now we're doing it in Guyana. First discovery, 2014, production in 2019. In that time, we've spent $1.2 billion with local suppliers, contributing to the National Fund. We have over 1,500 qualified unique suppliers, Guyanese suppliers, and over 6,000 Guyanese workers contributing to those developments. So that's the end product. I mean, I think that's kind of a vision of what we could aim for. We need the success, obviously, but with working very closely, we would seek to emulate that here in Namibia.
If I should emphasize, that's 1.2 billion US dollars, not Namibian dollars. So that's a lot of money. But I'm just going to get right to James. We saw this morning minister's speech, discussions around getting to first oil, getting to development. And now my question comes to you. Can you hear me?
No.
You can?
No.
Can I get a mic? Okay, I need to get closer. Is it better now? Yes. You're trying to skip the question, but I got you, brother. Considering various pathways to achieving first oil, what strategic approaches and industry collaboration are necessary to expedite the process effectively to get to first oil?
Thank you, NJ. And finally, we can hear you. I think all the speakers are facing out and very little coming this way, so thank you in the back. I'd just like to thank the ministry, the minister, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to participate, to Selma and everybody who's organized this. And it's a privilege, and Woodside is very excited to be here and participate in the emerging energy future of Namibia. And at risk of repeating the common theme that was so eloquently put earlier this morning, building on the backs of giants and people who have had conviction, the overnight success of Namibia's exploration, which has taken over 50 years, since before Kudu, the explorers who had the twinkle in their eye to drill first, and the evolution of thoughts and technology, concepts and ideas since then. The path forward is similar to many places in that it takes a village, it is a team sport. And there's three main partnerships that are key to doing this. Nobody does it alone. We talked, and several before have talked about partnering in this very technical, commercially challenging, financially intimidating business to make it right. So it requires partnering on a technical basis with co-owners, with NAMCOR, the national oil company, the service providers, to put technical acumen to work. It has to be partnership with the governments who set the stage and the environment for us to flourish. There's been talk about stability, transparency, common sense. That's essential given the magnitude of time, money, and effort involved by everybody. And we're very encouraged and appreciative of the landscape here in Namibia. And lastly, we talked about license to operate, and Adriano talked about engagement of local communities. The resource owners have to be part of this strategic go forward in order for the business to flourish and the industry to move forward. So I think all of these are here in Namibia, and we're very pleased and encouraged to be part of it.
Thank you. And I must highlight, it's all, if you're Namibian, you have every possibility to be on this stage and be on this room, because in this same room, you have people who look like you and have built so much in this industry and risen to the top. You could not find one other than Mamadou Bey from Chevron. Madam, please stand up, please. An African, champion, Simbi Wabote, Shell executive. I think you and Dennis probably have to talk sometimes, but really built and so much years, and I think there's so many Namibians who could be the next Simbi and the next Mamadou Bey, and that is really important because the industry has to look like them. And that brings me to Chana. Ma, bro, can you just tell us some key highlights? Chevron, everybody picks at you. You discovered Kudu. You are back. Can you tell us what the heck you're doing? Give us some, I said I wouldn't use bad words, but give us some key milestones and achievements in Chevron's business in Namibia over the past year also, and looking ahead, what are Chevron's aspirations for the future of its business in this country?
Thank you, AJ. First of all, let me just say that as Chevron, we are very proud to be back in Namibia again for the third time. You're absolutely right. The first discovery in Namibia in 1974 was by Chevron. And we're very proud of that. So we have a proud history in Namibia, and we certainly want to continue that. In our third reincarnation of coming back into Namibia, we entered Petroleum Exploration License 90 in the Orange Basin in October of 2022. And immediately after we entered the license, we shot seismic. By the end of the first quarter in 2023, we'd completed our 3D seismic acquisition, which I think is a record speed for Namibia from license to acquiring 3D seismic. And that was in 2023, and in 2024, this year, we are planning to actually drill our first exploration well in our block. So from license execution to drilling a well, the timeline is 2 years. So we've heard a lot about fast-tracking activities. That is exactly
Chana,
what we're doing.
I like news.
Yeah.
When should we expect that well?
Fourth quarter, December of this year.
All right, for you guys who like to ride on your upstream, he just said fourth quarter. I didn't say it, okay? Chana said fourth quarter.
Yeah. No, exactly. So we are very proud of the pace at which we've executed our work plans. And for us to be successful, there's only so much we can do. The rocks also have to cooperate, but what we've seen in the Orange Basin is very positive, and we are hopeful that we'll also enjoy success there.
Thank you, Chana. Dr. Ben Yusuf, I'll bring you in real quick. I'm running out of time. From an OPEC perspective, where do you see Namibia really playing? As I heard you talk about the world outlook. Where do you see Namibian molecules playing in the big picture of schemes in the years to come?
Thank you very much, NJ. And it's a pleasure, in fact, to share with you the same panel for twice a week in 2 different countries. Good. Yeah, for Namibia, as you heard from His Excellency, the Secretary General, he said that all demand is increasing. This is what I share with you from all outlook perspectives. And the supply is coming from non-OPEC countries, but we expect a certain decline for this non-OPEC supply, mainly what is coming from the US shale. We expect a certain plateauing and peak demand by the end of this decade. I think coming, in fact, production from Namibia will serve to meet this demand in the future. That means it is really on time to have the production in the market, to supply and to meet the demand, the growth of oil.
Thank you, Dr. Ben Youssef. Richard, I want to come right back to you. Let's talk a little bit about frontier exploration upstream. And Namibia is still a frontier exploration hotspot, as most would say right now. What is the role of frontier exploration given the big global demand for an energy transition that we see across the world right now?
Yeah, thanks, NJ. So our perspectives at ExxonMobil, have actually been shared by our panelists throughout this morning. Really simply, we see energy demand growing rightfully to improve the quality of lives across the globe. We think oil and gas, absolutely critical part of that mix for decades to come. And that because upstream depletes, and it'll deplete fast when we get the fields on, we need to keep on exploring. So given that context, I mean, we've had continued exploration, continued sustained exploration budgets for decades. And I would expect to have a kind of an open check, a blank check to be able to go and explore. But that's not the case. It's extremely competitive to attract exploration investments. And so, what do we, and I think there's been a number of third-party studies that have shown that you can lose a lot of money very quickly in exploration. So still very disciplined. When we look at frontier exploration, the potential for massive volumes, as hopefully we're discussing today. But we'll look for the good geology. Okay, that's kind of a ticket to play. But we need to have a really clear idea of a fast pace to production, really be able to map out that we be able to, on discovery, go super fast to first oil, have that clearly laid out, have a low GHG intensity resource that's going to overall reduce emissions intensity of our portfolio and of the global portfolio. And then we need to have the attractive fiscals and associated stability to match the risk reward that we're taking. Yes, early when you're doing exploration wells, but the billions and billions of dollars that you're investing when you get to developments. So when you lay over those kind of four items, frontier exploration has a high hurdle. We're back exploring again. We'll be drilling in Angola, in Canada, Egypt, Guyana, exploration wells again in the next 18 months. And Namibia has all of those elements. So we just need to get them to come together, and we'll make that happen here.
Well, Adriano could tell you a few tricks.
He sure could, yeah.
I want to bring this right back to you, Chana. He talked about if you want to get exploration in frontier markets, he talked about the environment. And I like these enabling environment questions. How does Namibia's business climate and policy environment make it favorable for companies like Chevron to invest, operate, but also what are the challenges that people like you face, especially where we're seeing a big decline in capital going into these frontier markets?
Sure, thanks, AJ. So let me unpack that question a little bit. There are 3 elements that we typically look at when we enter a frontier market. One is a suite of policy attributes that we look for, which attract capital into the country. And I must say, from a policy perspective, Namibia excels. There's a robust legal framework, the fiscal terms are very attractive, and more importantly, I would say that the collaborative spirit that we've been directly witnessed to with the Ministry of Mines and Energy and NAMCO really highlight how attractive Namibia is from a policy point of view. Some of the challenges that we face obviously are related to subsurface conditions. Namibia is a very attractive investment destination, but we've got to recognize that we are operating in the ultra-deep water, where water depths are, in some instances, between 2,500 and 3,500 meters of water depth. So we are pushing the technological boundaries when we are drilling in Namibia, but also after that, in trying to develop those assets, you will be faced with significant challenges. So Namibia is lucky to have the types of companies that are here who could actually deal with those challenges because they've seen it in other parts of the world. Lastly, capital is also a challenge because ultra-deep water projects require significant amounts of capital. When I say significant amounts, I'm talking multi-billion dollars in investment. And so in order to protect that investment, I go right back. The policy framework needs to support that investment. In the case of Namibia, it is there.
Thank you, Chana. And Adriano, talking about that shift from policy frameworks but into infrastructure, you have a discovery. And I think it would not be unjust to ask you, what critical infrastructure enhancements are required to facilitate growth, fast-track production, as everybody's saying here today, and also success in Namibia? What critical infrastructure do you think is needed at this time?
It's quite easy to be in a panel after a minister and Maggie, because they already laid out the necessary infrastructure. No? So if I could use your presentation, Maggie, as example, talk about the harbor, and then the need to diversify the center of operations, Walvis Bay, Lüderitz, creating what I call a retro area support, where the companies supporting operations can establish themselves and create efficiencies. We talk about a single solution for the gas evacuation. And also, we talk about creating synergies where we can share solutions in order to reduce our impact in terms to the environment, making our barrels the greener one as possible. So the foundation is already understood. How can we execute it? How can we bring the best practice from other places, other geographies, learn what worked, what did not work? And also we needed to translate to Namibian reality, do at Namibian pace, and do for the Namibian people. So the infrastructure is demands. We're going to grow exponentially. When you talk about infrastructure, of course we can identify the harbor, we can identify the area for the service companies, the docks and the retro area for us operators, but then will come a demand on people. You're going to need to create the infrastructure for absorb this increased demand, and regardless if they are international or local staff, they will need to relocate then to Lüderitz. We're going to have transportation we need to improve, and then accommodations. And also, we always need, our industry needs to think outside the box. We need to do that protecting the local economy. We have the local fishery, we have the tourism, we have other activities that also needs to be considered, because we may be able to pay a price, inflationary price if you may, but the local industry needs to compete also to survive on their own domain. And this all needs to be considered. But if I could summarize the answer, the basement is already understood, already presented by Namibian government, well presented by the way, And we need to collaborate. And so for the first oil, what we need? We're going to need definitely support in the waterfront. It could be temporary and think about in the long-term solution. And later on, we need to think about how to land our gas, how to monetize our gas. My friends from BW that's planning to develop Kudu, this also needs to be considered in this whole equation. They're a little bit ahead of us. We need to think what we need down the road, not today. And this all taking in consideration with the local population, because otherwise we will compete.
Adriano, you mind if I hold you there?
Yes.
I need to bring in, by the way, if you're looking for the BW guy, and he's not, he's hiding. Klaus, can you stand? That's him, and he's going to be the first. So you're looking for contracts, go talk to Klaus. He's signing them today. He told me earlier on he's ready to sign, so you guys go see him. But Chana, I'm picking on if BW is going to be, Kudu gas is going to be developed, based on what Adriano just said, Chevron, Namibia is going to look at a lot of energy infrastructure. And you have a local infrastructure for domestic development. You have that experience from across Africa with the West Africa gas pipeline supplying states, and you will see the regional interconnectivity, whether it is Namibia, South Africa, or Namibia, Zambia, or its neighbors, without energy security. What will it take for an investor like Chevron to continue investing in African energy infrastructure or Namibian energy infrastructure to bring energy to everyday Africans or everyday Namibians? Because at the end, we need energy here, right here in this country and in this continent.
Yeah. Thanks, AJ. I think we want to put that question into some context. So when you look at the size of Africa, Africa is 30,000 square kilometers in size. Sub-Saharan Africa is 25,000 square kilometers in size. When you compare that to the United States is 10,000 square kilometers in size. So when you have such a large land mass, you're blessed with the resource, which you have in terms of abundance of gas, all the way from Northern Africa, all the way to West Africa and into the south. But that comes with the challenge of interconnecting the resource with where the population resides. And that is where you have the challenge, and that is where you need to have the infrastructure to be able to connect the resources with the people who need it. Given the size of the continent, it poses certain challenges, but it is not impossible. You need to have the right commercial frameworks, you need to have the right policy frameworks that enables that investment to occur. I'm very proud about the fact that we are not just talking about it, we've actually done it in West Africa, in Nigeria, by using Nigerian associated gas to provide gas to Benin, Togo, and Ghana through the West Africa gas pipeline. It is very much doable, but it takes a lot of effort, a lot of governments, because you have intergovernmental agreements that are needed, but it is very much doable, but there are some challenges that need to be overcome.
Thank you, Chana, but I would also love to shift on that, and I'll get to Edson. This is his house, so he will have to have the last word, you know, so. But James, I want to bring you right in here. We're looking at the first beneficiaries of this industry should be Namibians. It's energy security. What role do you see our industry playing in guaranteeing that energy security to Namibians?
Namibia has been blessed with abundant resources and really is on the brink of being a major contributor on the world stage for energy. The challenges in boardrooms and investment communities and governments is the desire for economic growth, relieve energy poverty, make profits for shareholders, bring jobs and energy to local communities, and to clean up our act as humans on the planet and do it in a less carbon-intensive, cleaner way. Our colleague at OPEC has outlined the growth in demand with the world population increasing, GDP growth growing at an alarming rate, and where it is, and Namibia is a microcosm of that growth and the potential. Our colleagues that have been blessed with discoveries are working very hard to bring them online. Oil will be first in terms of a transportable, profitable enterprise. Gas appears to be in abundance, both in isolated accumulations like kudu and associated in high GOR discoveries. And that globally and within Woodside, we view it as a transition fuel that will go on to lower the carbon intensity and continue to clean up our act. And we're very encouraged by the third pillar of new energy and the policies for green hydrogen and ammonia that the government have put in to take advantage of the resources, the abundant solar, the abundant wind. So if you think about the demand and the amount of investment and then the supply, Namibia is well placed in terms of resources to hit all of those three pillars, which is one of the attractive things for Woodside, because that is our three pillars. But it should provide a very sustainable future if managed collaboratively by the industry in Namibia. So it's a great opportunity, and Namibia will be a big part of the energy future.
We're about to run out of time, but I'll do two quick. Dr. Ben Yusuf, energy security, Namibia's role, but also from your lessons at OPEC, how do you ensure diversification and also continued progress as you could share from various OPEC member countries?
Yeah, thank you. For energy security, I think this is the topic worldwide now. Everybody is looking for the energy security, including the developed countries. For us, if I may conclude saying that energy demand, we see that it will increase for energy, all energy sources, including Africa. Africa is one of the promising regions where we see a huge increase of energy demand, all included. And we don't see any peak of oil demand soon or in the upcoming decades. But what we need, the world, we need more supply of oil.
Doctor, can I use my privilege as the moderator to stop you, but then switch? A lot of these investors here, they're seeing you here from OPEC, and they're saying, are you going to try to work with government to cap their production or stop them from producing as much as they want in the future? Is that what OPEC does, and are you going to try to do that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I have to ask this.
You see the graph, very simple graph. I mean, what we show, that from now to 2045, we need OPEC production to increase to 46 million barrels a day. This is the answer. We need more production.
You need more production.
Yeah.
My MD, I would give you the last word. With this question, you could close this panel. We're already out of time. As a Namibian, as a national oil company, what do you think these discoveries and where we're going, how do you think this is going to impact this country?
Thank you very much, NJ. I think it's a very critical question that every Namibian, those who are not even here, they are asking themselves how these oil discoveries are going to have an impact on ordinary Namibians. From us, where we are sitting as NAMCOR and at the country level, we see opportunities and challenges. Opportunities, we see that these oil discoveries are going to have a tremendous impact on GDP growth. The economy is going to expand massively, possibly in 10 years to come, after day one. The size of the economy is likely to triple. 2, we are likely to see additional employment being created by the oil and gas sector itself, as well as by the other sectors through forward and backward linkages. 3, we are likely to see that once these resources and the oil proceeds come and they are deployed efficiently, it's likely going to help us to address the social deficits that we are facing as a nation. Issues of inequality, issues of poverty. These certainly are more on the opportunity side. And finally, on the opportunities, it's likely also by using these resources, we can use them for industrial development because we have got Vision 2030 and we want Namibia to become an industrialized nation. But we are not oblivious of the challenges that comes with this. People think always that more is always good. More is only good when it is deployed in a manner that will help to increase the productive capacity of the economy. So the key issue is that we need to guard against resource misallocation. And thanks to the foresight of our government, we have got what we call is a sovereign wealth fund. And the sovereign wealth fund was established even before there was an oil discovery. So this is a great opportunity for us as a country that with huge inflow of capital within the country, it has got a tendency to misallocate resources and cause dash disease. Now, through the sovereign wealth fund, I think the country will be able to mitigate that. What has been cited in other countries as a resource case. I think Namibia, we have got already measures that are dealing with that. Now, finally, of course, given the small size of our economy and small population and the massive discovery that I see, we are likely to see skills moving from the other sectors in the economy, especially the tradable sectors like agriculture, tourism, etc., banking, to the oil and gas. Now the challenge which is incumbent upon us is to ensure on the NAMCOR side and on the government side, training, so that you can flood the market with these skills. And none of the sector is going to suffer because of resource misallocation, of crowding out effect that will be caused by the massive or the giantness of the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And I want you to ask you to put your hands together for this great panel. It's always difficult to get a straight answer from any of them, but at least we tried. And if anything you didn't hear from them directly, I would implore you to pull them aside and maybe they'll tell you a trade secret when you guys are doing it one-on-one. Thank you so much, Aidan. It's a great honor. Thank you.
If you're watching this on your smartphone or your laptop, you've got Dr. Stanley Whittingham to thank for that, due to his invention of the lithium-ion battery. So are we entering a new lithium era?
I think there's no question that we are. The tipping point has occurred on EVs. There's no going back at this point. Those are all going to be lithium-based batteries. There's no other system that can give you the same energy. Just need a few hundred tons of it.
Yes, a few thousand tons.
Right.